Welcome back to the Pocket Dimension, where we're going to get into some hobby hijinks September shenanigans. It is Iron Warriors. Well, not Wednesday. I can't go that far. I don't usually do things on Wednesday. Try to leave that in reserve. Everybody needs a little time to recharge. Even your host with the most, the one and only, large as life, often imitated, never duplicated, illegal in 38 states, banned in the other 12, the desire of all women, and the envy of all men, the one and only JP Got Rockets. That's me, folks. That's me. Hold your applause. No need to shout, jeer, cheer, curse, or otherwise defame my name. It is I, JP Got Rockets, and we're going to be working on some of these Iron Warriors tonight. So we're going to have some fun we're going to arm them. Right now, as it stands, they are disarmed. So alright, let's pop out our chat here so that I can see everybody while I maintain my dignity on the back end here. Hopefully. Alright, pop out chat. Pop out chat, pop out chat. Going to pop out the chat. Pop out the chat. Doom, 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 doo doo ba doo ba doo. Pop out the chat. Hey, alright, Midril. Yeah, man. Hey, thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. A lurk is always appreciated. A lurk is as good as a look, you know? So, thanks for hanging out and lurking there, Midril. Midril is over on Twitch, and if you are watching on any of the other platforms this month, if you click over to Twitch, I know some of you feel it's painful and it hurts to do so, but if you can hop on over for Twitch for just a moment, you can help raise money for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Hotline. I would really appreciate it. It would really be great because we're only about a tenth of the way there, and it is the 25th. There are only 5 days left in this month. And of course, I only stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I had thought about streaming tomorrow, but believe it or not, I don't know what it is. But every time I have my schedule planned out for work, more stuff comes in. So tomorrow is going to be a work day. Shortened. I'm going to short it down. Only have one thing to do. Hopefully it doesn't take long. As I will be hitting my 40 hours about 9 in the morning. So that's how that goes. I had planned on hitting my 40 today, but I had other service calls come up and the like, so the one project that I was working on, I have to postpone working on that a little bit more until Monday. We'll get that done. We'll get that finished up next week, hopefully. So 3, maybe 4 days. Tearing out some old knob and tube wiring, and this is terribly exciting for everybody that's an electrician. All 2 of you out there. Tearing out knob and tube wiring in a house and replacing it with modern Southwire Romex. Actually, I don't know if it's Southwire brand, but it's Romex, that's for sure. So a little demo work, a little pulling wire in, tearing old wires out, abandoning them. If I had the time and the personnel, I'd probably go ahead and just tear out all the old wire on its own. So, all right, Iron Warriors. That's what we're doing tonight. We're going to arm them because they've been sitting around disarmed. And we're going to add their heads and their helmets, put the helmets on. And there are, how many different kinds of helmets are there on these sprues? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 little helmets. Oh, 9 little helmets on these sprues. They call me the Count because I love to count. So I had 3 of the modern kits here. So that means 3 sprues with heads on them. That means 9 times 3, that's 27. 27 heads to choose from. So I should be able to make them all look fairly individual, but there's some heads that I prefer more than others on here. Like, I don't like this dude with the Mantis. Completely different company there. The Mantis helmet, I don't really care for that. I like the more tusky looking dudes. So we're going to start snipping bits, I guess. Snip bits. I've already got some bits already snipped. And they're in there. So we're just going to go ahead and snip bits. See where it takes us this evening. But if anybody out there happens to have a Chaos Space Marines Codex, if you don't mind putting it in the chat or putting it in the comments, if you're watching this on video on demand, if you don't mind, see if I can outfit any of these dudes with a blaster in each hand, or a bolter in each hand, weapon in each, because I think it's kind of silly to have a left and a right hand and not be able to use both of them. But then again, who necessarily says that I'm going to be playing 40k with these guys? And I will say, ever since, so I tried 6th edition a while back when 6th edition was the edition, and I found some of the rules to be a little clunky. And by that I mean there were what was there? 4 pages, 5 pages of special rules for weapons. And I found that those special rules for weapons, there was a lot of what you might call almost rules. Oh boy. I guess once a working man, always a working man. I found those rules to be a bit clunky because you had things like rending, and then you had things like shredding, which rending and shredding were the same rules, only shredding was for the ranged attacks, and rending was for the close combat attacks. Well, I should be able to understand that rending on a weapon that can shoot distance applies to shooting distance, not in close combat. That's one reason I think that like 3rd through 5th edition were a little bit more 3rd through 5th edition were like more game oriented, because they didn't bog you down with a lot of almost rules. At least I didn't feel like they did. Now they did tweak some things, like 4th edition, if you had bikes, if you had Space Marine bikes and you turbo boosted, well, they would give you an invulnerable, your armor save became an invulnerable save. Or you just got an invulnerable save of 4 up, I think. But uh, 5th edition came along and turned it into a cover save, and the Tau had marker lights. And so, whoever heard of a Tau army destroying a Space Marine army before they even got across the table? That hurt. Because marker lights take away your cover save. In 5th edition. Which was fine. I had, I hadn't adjusted for the for that. So it was interesting gameplay. All right, let's see. Oh, there we go. Breather helmets here. That's cool. Don't know which dude that's supposed to go on, but we'll throw a couple of those bear heads out there. Bear heads? I don't see any bear heads. No, not bear heads. Bear heads. Smokey the Bear. Smokey the Bear. Maybe I'll put 2 bear heads out there. I don't know. Since I've got a Terminator Lord or a Chaos Lord in Terminator armor, I gotta finish up. This is eBay rescue sort of thing. Not really eBay. I got this out of a baggie that I got at Adepticon. I got a lot of work to do on it. Now I did paint the cloak. That's mine. I did that. But the armor was just spray painted black, and I did use that kind of khaki color to undercoat his head. And then I stuck on those trophy racks. So I don't know if he should have been positioned differently on here or not. But I mean, it was the bag of like 6 of them was $5. So I mean, it is what it is. I'm not looking to enter these into any painting competitions, but I am gonna bring it up. I am gonna change his armor color to metallic. So anyhow, so he gets lightning claws, a twin pair of lightning claws. It'd be really cool to like glue a storm bolter or a Chaos don't get storm bolters per se. They get a twin-linked bolter. Glue that to his arms. That'd be pretty neat. Even if the official stuff says you can't do it. Again, play the rules you want. Find rules that allow you to play the game that you want to play. Don't buy into only playing the company rules. That if a company makes the toys that you like, that's great. Don't buy into having to play their way, though. If you like the 40k rules as they stand, terrific. I personally don't. I think they're clunky. I don't think they really flow well. I think 3rd through 5th edition were peak Warhammer 40k. Now, what did I think need to be changed up? I thought the change to turbo boosting was, well, it was an unwelcome change, but it was something that got away from a meta build. So that was decent of them to do that. But they never got sniper rifles right. Sniper rifles should be exceedingly devastating. Which, maybe we won't talk about that right now. Alright, one little head cleaned up. Cleaning up where we cut away. Now that's a pair of God hand clippers, but they seem to have left a divot there too, so... Of course, it is the $30 pair of God hand clippers. So, maybe... Maybe, just maybe... The 50s wouldn't do that? I don't know. It seems like it pulls a little bit of the plastic. Now, generally, you should cut a little bit away from the surface, but because they're so flat, these Godhead clippers, when they clip together, because they're machined so finely here, you know, pulling out a divot like that is a little bit surprising. Not that I'm complaining. I mean, they are useful, and they have a better cut. They got a little bit more of a cleaner cut than my $10 pair from the electric supply house. If you notice, they've got a little stair step right there. But these are perfectly serviceable for most things. So now I don't know if they've got a hardened edge or not. So I don't cut metal with any of my sprue clippers. I use a more robust pair. I think I got these out of like a cheap hobby kit from Radio Shack years and years ago. Just a pair of little diagonal cutters there. Teeny tiny diagonal cutters, just like I would use at work. And you can see some daylight through there. That's where that edge has gotten a little chewed up from cutting metal. But, you know, I don't think I want to use... Sometimes this metal that these are made out of, especially the hobby brand clippers, tends to be a little on the soft side. So when you start using, I mean, you really ruin quickly. I've used these for several years, and just now are they starting to wear through for cutting metal. So that's something to keep in mind. Don't get so siloed into having the name brand things that you're not looking other places for tools. Go to your hardware store. Go to Lowe's, go to Home Depot, go to Ace, whatever is closest, whatever you have in your town. You'll be surprised at the things that you find that actually have been rebranded by hobby brands that you can find cheaper and in greater quantity at your local hardware stores. So just doing the cleanup. Nothing. I may be a little OCD when it comes to mold lines, but that's also from the scale modeling side of the world. So there are several ways to help the channel grow. If you are watching it on your favorite platform and you haven't followed or subscribed, Like, share, and subscribe on Rumble or YouTube. And give it a follow on Twitch. There's also, for your consideration, my discount code with Dubby Energy Drink. That's at dubby.gg, dubby.gg. Use my code Rocket Fuel, ROKKITFUEL. Oh yeah, hey Gamers on Games, nice to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, sorry you can't stay long, but hey, just stopping by means a lot, man. Appreciate it, Dave. Thanks for sharing it. Yep, appreciate it. Appreciate it. So, anyway, you can do like Dave does and share it on your in your post, or you can even just copy the link and you don't have to send it out because the algorithm recognizes the share from copying the link. So that helps if you're on the YouTube. Oh boy. So there's 5 heads there. That's enough to do one squad. And they're all different. So let's go ahead and, I say one squad, I'm talking 5 dudes. One box. Because I don't know with the Chaos guys if a squad is 5 guys or 10 guys all together, but I'll say squad. So let's go ahead and find 5 different bodies. The guy with the loincloth and the skulls. The other guy with the loincloth and the skulls. Let's see. Another guy with loincloth and skulls. And let's see. Let's see. That one is that one. I guess I could sort these out by body shape, but I don't think I'll worry about it. The guy with loincloth and skulls. Let's see. Nope, that's that guy. That's the same guy there. Oh, here we go. The guy with a loincloth and skulls. So, okay. Let's see. What do we want to do here? Let's put this guy's noggin in this body here. think I shall find a little container. Let me see if I can find a little container. How many containers do I have here? I don't have any little containers. Well, let's see. I wanted to kind of separate these away from where I'm doing glue work. Oh, here we go. Do. We'll put the Games Workshop heads in this Reaper Miniatures box here. That's probably going to start a fire, though, so we'll put 911 on speed dial. So, there we go. Games Workshop heads in a Reaper box. May be good, may be bad, don't know. Might burst into flames. Alright. And we'll just kind of randomly pick up a helmet and stuff it in the chest plate there. See how it goes. Now I probably could cut the little nub off the back of the head and position these however I wanted, but that's a pro move. I don't know if I'm that proficient. Actually, I am. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I am that proficient. I could cut the little nub off the back of the head and position these helmets in whatever direction I wished. But let's go ahead and just do what we do and see how it turns out. Just grab a head, grab a body, stick it in there, see what happens. Don't get too, what's it Blanco says, don't get too precious about it. I haven't seen one of his videos in a long time. I used to give him a little bit of a hard time in the comments because he would do these haul videos where he'd get a bunch of random stuff from places. And he didn't know exactly what he had until he started going through the bag. It was like, don't you do any preparation? Don't find out what this stuff is? I'd like to know what it is, and you don't know. How can you talk about things you don't know about? Which maybe was kind of a jerk thing to say, but, you know, especially when you're trying to create content, but I don't know, at the same time, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things. It's like, well, do I? Sometimes it's what you call it, perception, right? You know, you don't really mean to be a jerk. Sometimes it just kind of comes out. It just kind of happens naturally. No, what he did and the way he did things actually was very very encouraging to me. Just to turn the camera on, not have the greatest camera or the greatest setup ever, just to get going. That's the thing about it, is if you want to make content, Just do it. Just do it. Like they used to say in the 80s, right? Just do it. The Nike logo. Just do it. So, grab you a cheap camera. Download free OBS. And just go for it. You don't have to have all the fancy lighting. You don't have to have all the newest things from Newer or Rhodes. Just get it going. Just start. Then once you get comfortable with that, you can start working on doing edited videos, and come up with some more conceptual type stuff once you're used to it all. Trying to make some of these mold lines go away. They're hard to get sometimes. I don't know if I'd like the way that head sticks on there. Well, we're going to go with it. We're going to go with it. This one will push out that way. Interesting. Very interesting. The way they've got these little tabs in the back of the helmet, on the back of the back of the helmet area here. Slots and tabs. Not too. I won't say I'm not too keen. That doesn't sound right. But I remember when it was just a ball joint back there, and you could just kind of put it however you wanted it to go. So now that I have the heads in place, here's why I'm putting the heads in place first. Maybe it isn't, but I'm going to say it is. So I'm putting the heads in place first because these will inform the arms that I use. So, you know, I'll be looking for a set of arms that has something pointing off this direction, you know, or maybe a sword or a axe or something coming off this way, or maybe well, the arms all go with this little nub right here, so we'll just find out what fits and what looks good, you know. So it'll be trial and error. Again, these guys are chaos. They're not supposed to look the same. They're going to look more same together than I want them to look. But it is going to be what it is going to be. Oh, now that's interesting. I wonder if there's a particular head that's got something that fits in the back there. So there's some kind of weird little. See, okay, so here's the nub, right, or the slot that the nub on the back of the head goes into. All right, there's this, boop, and there's like these weird little, these three little indentations. Oh, well, there's another little indentation there, so maybe that's supposed to be where the, yep, that's where the bear head goes. It doesn't look like a bear to me, but this is a bear head. Not a bear head, a bear head. Interesting. want to use this bear head now, or do I want to use it later? Let's take a look at the other bodies that have the divot, the dedicated bear head divot. Not bear head, bear head. I said bear head, not bear head. And what I'm doing is I'm kind of comparing the trophy racks. So I got 3 of those boxes, so I should only have 3 of those bodies. Yes, only 3 of those bodies. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3. All right. Oh, this is cool. So this trophy rack has a Space Marine helmet on it and a Grey Knight's helmet on it. Nifty. Oh, I missed. Looks like I missed a mold line on there too. So that's kind of cool. This has a couple of Space Marine helmets on there. Not that it matters, because I've already got a leader, but this guy might be a leader. I don't know. Maybe a sub-leader. Sub-leader. Boop, boop, boop. That's a submarine sound. That's a sonar. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and assume this guy is probably some kind of sub-leader, so as we know in 40k, the leaders never wear helmets. If you're really tough, you never wear a helmet. Let's say that, hey, so you know how you have the DJs on the radio stations, the classic rock radio stations. You gotta be a bad mamma jamma to listen to this kind of music. Oh yeah, classic rock. So let's say that about 40k leaders not wearing helmets. 40k, where the squad leaders never wear helmets. You gotta be a bad mamma jamma to not wear a helmet in the 41st millennium. Thank you very much. Are you not entertained? Probably not, right? Probably not entertained. You are aghast. You are aghast. You said, what kind of channel is this? The guy's not playing any music. He doesn't have any overlays. He's just chatting, building models. Just being wild. What kind is this? Well, this is Sparta? No. It's not Sparta. Nowhere near Sparta. Interesting. I don't think I'm a fan of that head. Even though I found the right body that head goes to. I don't think I'll be doing that again. Don't think I'm a fan. It really didn't gain me anything. Having those three nubs going into the conduits that's sticking out the back of his head. It didn't gain me anything there. I mean, it's such a small detail. I'm not really interested in doing much with it. Plus, the cement kind of melts it down a little bit. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a thing that I pursue for the next dudes. So, all right. All right, pick out some more. Use that one. And we'll use this big old Hummer there. And let's see, we'll use this one here. And I don't know. I kind of want to try that. I kind of want to try the bear head again, but I don't know. All right, we'll go with those. Those are. I've got a repeat. I've got a couple of repeats in that group. It looks like. But you're bound to have that. You're bound to have it. Hey, you. Hello, Pumpkin. What's going on, pal? Just decided to barge up here on the Oh, look out. Watch the tail, pal. All right. You want to try to sit on the lap? We tried it before. We'll do it. We'll try it. Oh, nope. Nope. You too big for my lap. Get down. Hanging your leg over there. Gonna scratch my jugular. Wait, that's not your jugular. That's in your leg. What is that? Femoral. Oh, got a good cat, folks. I got a really good cat. Best cat ever. I don't know if it's the best cat I've ever had. I'd say there's some pretty stiff competition there. But he wants to be up on my lap. But there's not really enough space between my lap and the hobby desk for him to do that. Plus, the way I sit, I got my knees. I mean, I'm totally man spreading, okay? When I'm sitting at my hobby desk, because I'm a man and I spread. Because it's how we sit. That's just natural. So, so it's really hard to let the cat sit on my lap comfortably when I'm trying to also be comfortable at sitting on my workstation here. It is trash night. Trash needs to go out before I go to bed tonight. Next door neighbor is taking hers out. Sounds like. Alright. Let's grab 5 more bods here. Okay. 5 more bods. And we'll start sticking the helmets in. Now wait a minute. Did I not scrape the... Okay. I'm not quite ready for this. Alright, that's scraped down. This one's not. These aren't scraped down. These heads aren't yet. So give me just a minute. Alright, so we will be going till 11 o'clock tonight, as usual, I think. So hang out If you haven't made a contribution to the 988 Suicide and Crisis Hotline on my Twitch channel, feel free to do so. I'm trying to get $250 raised by the end of the month, and the end of the month is nigh. It's okay if it isn't. If we don't make it, I guess it's okay. I think the fundraiser can stay up until we do. But the goal was to have it finished for this month, because September is... I know YouTube hates it when I say it. Suicide Prevention Awareness Month is September. So, sorry, YouTube can't demonetize me because I'm not monetized yet. Ha ha ha! So I can say it. I can say it. No, I think it's really silly that these platforms, because they're so beholden to corporations, sometimes it's not easy to talk about important things. You know? Mental health, it's a big thing these days. Everybody has bad days, and some people have bad days and they just can't shake it. If you do, talk to somebody. If you know somebody that seems like they're going through a hard time, reach out to them. So, that's all I'm saying. There's enough yelling and screaming and going back and forth these days to get anybody, even the most happiest person, down, you know? So, be kind to each other. Listen to each other. Yeah, for goodness sakes, quit calling each other nasty things. It doesn't solve any problems and makes any perceived problems even worse. This guy might get the autocannon, though I do have a dude with an autocannon already in this bunch. Do I have somebody with an autocannon already? Yeah. So I've got a dude with an autocannon already. He's got an autocannon and a power axe. So that's an interesting combination. But I think I should probably build another dude with an autocannon in there. So, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. See which pieces want to go together. this guy right there on that set. So these are ready to go. Cool. That actually looks pretty neat. Let's compare it to these other guys here. We got these guys all looking off left. This guy's kind of looking off to the right a little bit. I'm just going to see how these go. It'll be interesting. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see what happens. See how these shake out, so to speak. It's a funny word, shake out. Let's see how it shakes out. Maybe the next batch that I do, I'll shave that little nub right off and I'll just position their heads how I want to position their heads. Because I can do that. This is, once you buy the models, you can do whatever you want with them. Remember, folks, you don't have to put them together the way Workshop tells you to. Although, with the way they're building, the way they've got their models set up now, you can only put them together the way Workshop tells you to. But don't be afraid to make little modifications as you go. There are things you can do as you build. And then if you want to do some really neat conversions, you may have to build the whole thing and then chop it up. You know, that's kind of the old school way of doing toy soldiers as well. Whenever a lot of times they would have to build things before they modified them. I've got a book on military modeling. Where I've got it. Is it in the other room or is it upstairs? Not sure right offhand. I think I've got it in with my Dave Taylor Miniatures books. Which I have 2 of them out already, so I don't know. Anyhow, definitely check out the Dave Taylor books. Armies, Legions, and Hordes. Check that out. Also, check out the stable of other artists that Dave has worked with and has had written books for him. You'll see notables like Vince Venturella, Sam Lenz. You'll see Mel Bowes, the Terrain Tutor, with his Terrain Essentials. Definitely check that book out. Tommy Soul. One of my favorite books, actually, is by Tommy Soul, because Tommy wrote it from the standpoint of why do we do our hobby the way we do our hobby. He kind of breaks it down and sort of encourages you to look critically at why you're doing what you're doing. He really takes you back to basics in that book. And it's not so much a book about his process as it's a book about how you can make your process better. So definitely I mean, if you buy no other book from Dave Taylor Miniatures, if you buy no other art book from Dave Taylor Miniatures, buy a book that gives me less Butterfingers. No, I don't get any pay for this. I don't get any kind of consideration. I'm just telling you because I like Dave as a person. I know him, met him personally. I don't know him personally. It's like I know him as an acquaintance. I see him at conventions and we chat every now and then. And he's got his he and Jake Krajewski have their show on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern called Build Paint Play, which I highly recommend that you watch. And then after watching Build Paint Play, you can watch me at 9 p.m. So spend 2 hours with Dave and Jake, and then spend 2 hours with yours truly. Happy fun times. I say that unironically. We really try to have happy fun times here in the pocket dimension. So, yeah. So as I was saying, check out Tommy Soul's book over on Dave Taylor Miniatures. You won't be disappointed. I think it's one of the best ones. But no, I don't. What I was getting at is no, I don't get any kind of monetary consideration for talking about Dave's books. The only thing I get monetary consideration for is my sponsorship with Dubby Energy Drink, Dubby.gg. Go to Dubby.gg, pick out a neat looking tumbler, pick out some merch. They've got a really nice duffel bag actually. It's actually at a decent price as well. If you like flags, they've got flags. Of course, they're Dubby flags, but they're kind of neat. They've got cool designs. So if you like a cool design, regardless of the brand, be something for your game room. As well as tumblers to use with your favorite energy drink. Everything from iced tea to Coca-Cola and everything in between could be used in a tumbler. Although the best thing to put in it, and I have to say this, is Dubby. And use my code for 10% off your purchase. That is ROKKIT FUEL. That's rocket fuel. Use it at Dubby.gg for your energy drink. Now, why do I like Dubby? I like it because it gives me a pickup without a crash. A lot of the bigger name brand energy drinks tend to leave you with a hard come down. This is one of the only two that doesn't do that to me. Oh, do I have to get rid of a follow bot? I have to get rid of a follow bot here. We're going to get rid of the follow bot. We're going to ban it. We're going to ban it. And we're going to report it. So report scam, spans, or bots. Bots. Next. Bot. At 1 hour in. We're going to submit that report. We're going to block the user. And we are going to ban the user. I finally using the ban button. Didn't know I had one. So, all right. That's pretty cool. Banning bots. Actually, I just learned about that ban button the other day. I had never seen it before. I had the block buttons, but I hadn't noticed the ban button. So I banned the bots. Block and ban the bots. Look out! Clankers! Unfortunately, I don't have any Clone Wars figures. I might have some in my old Star Wars collectible game figures, but... Look out! Clankers! I mean, if that's all clones say in the Clone Wars, I should be able to do voice acting for clones in the Clone Wars, right? Look out! Clankers! Look out! Clankers! Oh, get in there, you. Get in there. Doop-a-doo. Get in there, you. There it is. That nub is really irritating when you're trying to get that helmet to sit back in there correctly. Cool. Alright, that's 10 dudes with heads so far. I have added 2. Alright. And we'll pick out our last 5 bods here. One, two, three, 4. Am I missing one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I should have one more lost in the pile of gray here.
Maybe if you put your glasses on, you could see something.
Yes, but I have a hard time seeing up close with my glasses on. Oh, nope, not there. Wonder if... Well, that is weird. Got lost in the warp somewhere. 1, 2... Nope, there's 5. I can't count. I'm from Kentucky, folks. I grew up in Kentucky. I can't count. I have to take my shoes off. And nobody wants that anyway. All right. Go with that one. And we'll go with this one. We'll use this one again. I don't know. Maybe I will use that mantis looking head with the mantis mandibles. Mantis mandibles. The mandibles of the mantis. Yeah. We'll go with that one. Just because we can. Just a little more variety. Maybe do another one. I mean, there's going to be some repeats anyhow. So... maybe just throw those in there. I just don't like it's too insectoid looking, you know? It just seems a little too organic. Looks like more like they're growing out than being attached, you know, like they've been either machined out of metal or taken as trophies from some large beast. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go with those. Let's go with those five. We'll go with those five. Cat hairs. Alright, so I made the decisions. Tried to make them as random-ish as possible. Again, we're gonna have duplicates probably. I mean, statistically possible. It's just a thing, but it's okay. And we're going to take that little nub right off. Oh no, don't take that nub off. I don't know what's going to happen. It's like flying. This is like flying without seatbelts. What, flying without seatbelts? Driving without seatbelts? Doing acrobats without a net. Jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. We'll just take whatever head I'm working on and grab a body, whatever's closest. Let's see, those guys, we got some guys looking off to the left. Do we have anybody looking off to the right yet? No, they're all looking to the left. That might be by design, maybe the way the weapons line up, but we're gonna make these guys look off to the right. Because I'm an equal opportunity guy. Just because you're hanging out over here on this flank doesn't mean you're not going to get shot at too. Everybody gets shot at in 40k. You get shot at, like Oprah said, you get a car, you get shot at, and you get shot at, and you get shot at. In 40k, folks, in 40k. I don't know how smart the algorithm is, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to go with. All right. Clean this one up. Now that's a pretty fancy set of tusks on there. They've got sort of that ibex style ridged antler look to it, and trying to preserve that. I don't like scraping too hard on them, but I also don't like that sharp little edge that they've got if I don't. So, but they are very, very ornate. That's something that I would probably be more interested in, as far as if I was going to paint one of these guys up to like a high competition level. I would probably be a little more fastidious with the way I clean these up, as far as preserving all the little ins and outs, nooks and crannies, peaks and valleys, the ups and the downs. Now, let me see if I can find the other set of tusks like this on that. Okay, so I am putting it on a different body. At least I'm putting this head on a different body. That to me is important, because I don't want it to be on the same body. Try to avoid, with some of these other helmets with the smaller tusks, I think it's just unavoidable to put some of those on the same bodies. Of course, now I'm only dealing with 15 of these dudes. If I had more of them, we definitely see a lot of duplicates, I'm sure. A lot of duplicates. Get down there. I think the way the neck is designed on here is it may be angled. There's a little bit of a nub of a neck right underneath the head, the helmet, that I think has a little bit of an angle to it. So if it's not in the correct position, it wants to look weird. But it's not too bad. I really don't like, again, that's why I like the ball joint neck that is on the old ones, because when you go to make any adjustment, because there's two flat mating areas, they have an angle, and when you start turning that head in one way or one direction or the other, it's gonna swivel along the plane of that angle. So it's going to swivel instead of, you're not going to be able to turn it or elevate it. So I can't even make these guys looking up. So there's no ball joint. And I think that is, again, there's a lot of problems with these newer models that didn't exist back in the day, because they trusted us to put our models together the way we wanted to put them together. Of course, I think a lot of it is to discourage third-party suppliers from making bits that you can fit on, which those third-party suppliers never hurt workshop in any way, quite honestly. You buy a kit for 50 or 60 bucks or whatever, and then you got to add on to it with the whatever little bits and bobs and aftermarket parts you got there, and Workshop is making the lion's share of the money there. Made me mad when Workshop did that to Chapter House, and the way they did it was it's pretty skeevy. In fact, Chapter House was lined up to win on appeal. That's how close Workshop came to losing that. Unfortunately, Workshop was able to get the gentleman's assets frozen, so he wasn't able to make the appeal hearing. So he wasn't able to pay his lawyers to continue on with the case. He did get a lot of, I guess, most of his case was covered pro bono by his lawyers. So it was an interesting case. I think it had a lot of merits as far as things you can learn if you're interested in the law at all. I am the law. The law. I am the law. 5 internet points to whoever can tell me where that's from. But so I'm cutting off the little nub that goes in the back of his head, so I can try to change the direction, which way he's looking. Don't like how spinny it gets. It wants to spin because of that weird, stupid angle. Again, ball joints. Of course, I don't think I'm ever going to buy another set of these again. I mean, I think I have enough for the army that I want to build. So, 22 or so Terminators, everything from the little tiny metal ones from way back in the day. They're only about chest high to these guys, to the middle range ones, several of those, and then these. So I think I've got enough Chaos Terminators, because the plan is not to necessarily play 40k with them. I want to play my own rules with them. And see how that goes. Because I want to be able to play, like, I want to be able to take orcs and have orcs allied with my chaos guys. Right? Makes sense. I want to be able to stuff a bunch of the cultists in, use them as meat shields, you know. Hard to do in the, I don't know if the Chaos Marines Codex allows that or not right now, because I haven't paid for it yet. If somebody knows how that all works, put it in chat, or let me know in the comments later on if you read or watch the read the VOD. Yes. Well, I mean, I guess with automatic closed captioning, I guess you probably could read the video. Yeah, there is definitely, see this little edge of the neck here? See how it's not perpendicular to the bottom of the helmet, so it wants to look this way, right? It wants to look off to the left, when it's sitting on that slope inside the collar of the armor. So I'm going to try to maybe cut that a little more, reverse that direction. We'll see. Maybe I can get a better result. Maybe it won't be so spinny. If I do this. So I'm not cutting along with that angle. I'm cutting actually against the angle so that we can get a different angle there. And I'm actually cutting down a little bit in the back as well, so I can get more of a, so if his head will be more flat looking off to the right. Say the knife is the angle that that's sitting at, maybe it will sit back a little bit, and instead of being twisted this way because the neck wants to push it over this way, because it originally wants to sit this way in that collar, but maybe it will be this way and setting more with that angle. So let's see how that works out, if it works out. Oh, yeah. I think that'll look good. I think it'll look good. We'll see. Let's give it a shot. There's only one way to find out. But if it doesn't look great, that's okay. These guys are chaos. They're not supposed to look great. That's alright. Chaos dudes don't need to look great. Jam this guy right in there like that. And here we are. Now it's kind of pushing his helmet over a little bit. Rotating left. So I want it to look a little bit not so off-centered. Well, I don't think it went the way I wanted it to go, but oh well. Oh well. So here's the last one. The last helmet of this bunch. Let's see if there's any bias on this neck. Try to counter that bias a little bit. Don't know if I'm going to do a good job of really countering that bias much, but we'll try it. We'll try it. It'll be a little bit of a right-facing look. A little bit. So we'll just go ahead and dab that on there. Seems to want to evaporate really quick. Put a little extra in there. Let it flow down in there. Let it flow. Good. Good. Let the cement flow. Cool. All right. All right. Now for the weapons. Weapons. Oh. Before I start in on the weapons, I think we should take a little bio break. I'm going to stretch up a little bit, stand. I suggest you do the same. Sitting for 2 hours or so is, I'll tell you what. I could do better things with my body than sit for 2 hours. Alright, I'm going to put the old bio break sign up. And yeah, take a quick break. And I'll be back in a minute or two. And we are back. And I gotta get that multi-chat in the background working so I don't have to pop things out in and out every time I step away for a moment. All right. Terrific, terrific, terrific. All right, all right, all right. Back to it. Back to it. All right. Now, not sure the best way to go about this. All right. So, I'm going to just start building weapon systems here. Not really. I mean, hello FBI, hello NSA. What I mean is, I'm just going to build stuff to outfit these dudes with. So obviously these are power claws here, and these are obviously power fists. And here is a chain fist. Chain fists are terrific when dealing with vehicles. So a dude with a chain fist might get a melt-a-gun. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking chain fist dudes get melt-a-guns. Here is another power fist hand arm. And here's some fingers. $87,32,963 parts to put together one dude, you know. I remember. Do you remember the days when the power fist arm was all one piece? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Alright, so I've got those bits off of there. I've got those bits off of there. Looks like... Oh, there's another sprue with some more bits. Looks like most of the weapons bits I've already put in the little bucket over here. So, see how that works out here in a second. Again, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to build these and see where it takes me. I like to have some redundancies in my squads, you know. Never a bad idea to have some redundancy. Like, why take one flamethrower when you can take two? But I think it's based on 5 for every 4 dudes. You can take this one thing. But again, I don't know because I don't have the official Chaos Codex as it stands for right now for 10th edition. As much as I don't like 10th edition, I'm still willing to play it. I mean, of course, 10th edition is almost over, so it's on to 11th edition. Games Workshop, never stop doing what you're doing. In other words, stop doing what you're doing and give us a stable rule set. If BattleTech can make money and engage with their customers for 45 years. Is it 45 years? What was it? 80... want to say 84 when they came out, right? So 41 years? I don't know. I thought it was 84. I could be completely wrong though. I was aware of a lot of that stuff when I was a kid, but I was too young to make my own purchases. My folks really didn't understand these games. So, all right, let's see. Yeah. So what do I have? I've got a dude with a twin link bolter and a power axe, which there aren't power axes in this particular. There are, but you only get one per 5 dudes. So I don't know how I want to do that. I've got a dude with a power fist and a flamethrower, heavy flamethrower. Get the flamethrower, brother! The heavy flamethrower. Let's see, so I got that. I've got a chain fist dude with a combi melta. So that's cool. See, obviously he's going to be my anti-vehicle dude. Here's another dude with a chain fist and a combi melta. So two of those dudes. Hello, Pumpkin. And you're back. Autocannon and a power axe. In some respects, I like the idea of these guys being like parodies of Loyalist Marines. So instead of having power fists, maybe go with power axes or power swords, whatever I've got here. I've got a power maul here too. Let's see. So again, that's an anti-tank, anti-vehicle guy. Pumpkin, you got to get down, buddy. You're just going to be in the way tonight, I'm afraid. So I got 3 dudes with combi meltas. One dude. Let's see. One dude with the autocannon, combi meltas, chain fists. All right. Cool. All right, so put those guys aside. Lightning Claws dude as leader, just because. All right. So here is a. Okay, before I get into these weapons, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue these fingers into their arms here. And then we'll go through what we got as far as weapons to load these guys out with. All right. Folks, if you're watching, feel free to leave a like, share, and or subscribe if you are on YouTube or Rumble. Also, if you are on Twitch, I am doing a fundraiser for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Hotline, Lifeline. And I would really appreciate it if you would help. It'd be great. You'd like it too. Do a good thing. September is Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. So if you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on Rumble, just hop over to Twitch for just a minute. Just a minute. Accounts are free. And support the fundraiser for the 988 Lifeline. I'm not making a huge goal, but it should be attainable. We're a tenth of the way there already, thanks to Black Skull 1965, who is an amazing miniature painter. Award-winning miniature painter, I might add. He also works in my industry. He is a fire alarm guy. I mean, so what he does is he goes to places and he sits there for a month and he just like watches out for fires and he yells, "Alarm! Fire alarm!" No, he doesn't yell. He actually checks out their systems. He's not the actual fire alarm. That'd be silly. No, he does fire alarm testing, so that's pretty cool. I used to be something of a fire alarm tester back in my day. I've done that once a month. Do the walkthroughs of the properties. Put the tester in. Put the system in test mode and test away. I can testify that we tested. Now, is that a mold line or is that part of his gauntlet? That's what can be difficult to figure out. I'm going to go with it's a mold line. What you doing, Pumpkin? Poking around down on the ground there? Let me know if you find any parts that I lost down there. Don't eat them. I'm a cat. Of course I'm gonna eat them. I'm gonna put it in my mouth because that's all I. Because I'm like a 3-year-old child. I'm a cat. I swear. Whoever wrote Grogu must have a cat. Because all the clips that I've seen, very cat-like in his interaction with his environment. It's one of those you sure are lucky you are useful and cute. Cats are very useful. This guy killed a rat that had infiltrated my sanctum sanctorum here within the first few days of his coming home with me. Good boy, this pumpkin. Yeah, so here we are just doing the hobby thing. Because why not? It's a good day to hobby. The local supply house today had a customer appreciation lunch, so that was cool. Yes, there are free lunches. So that happens, once a year or so. Usually, I've missed it because I was working out of town or was too busy and forgot all about it. But it's nice to. And there's all sorts of cool, new products. Sometimes these outfits will show off. Unfortunately, they're expensive, and I can't really justify having them for the few edge cases that I might actually use them in. Unfortunately. I like Milwaukee tools. I just wish they weren't so expensive. They're worth it. They last. In fact, as soon as our boss outfitted us with Milwaukees, and I never looked at them. I never looked at the DeWalt again. DeWalt used to be really the bee's knees when it came to the contractors. And you'd have people that they'd get the Ryobis and the Hitachis and the like, and Makita. Makita's actually a pretty good brand. Bosch. Bosch is really good. I've worn several Bosches out. Maybe that means they're not good. No, they actually really are good. I tried to repair one by having I had two Bosch hammer drills, rotary hammers, and I was like, well, one of them needs a new. One of them the motor's bad, and the other one just needs a new trigger. So I took the old trigger out because there was no way I was going to try to buy a new motor just for it. So I put that new trigger in, and it did not work the way I wanted it to work. I just couldn't get it to do. So I tried fixing it. There was no fixing to it, unfortunately. I'm all hunched up here, not comfortable. But Pumpkin is comfortable here on the floor, aren't you, buddy? Oh, just doing the thing here. Hopefully, everybody out there has had a pretty decent week so far. Like I said, I just about had enough time to knock off tomorrow, but I got a service call that came in yesterday. So I had to, so I shorted a little bit. I shorted myself a little bit today. Not really shorted myself. It was just, I had a service call that I knew wasn't going to be anything I could really do much about. So I did what I could, and I went to the supply house to see if they could find something. Of course, they don't have anything in stock, so I need to find it, and I need to submit the price to the customer to see if they want to go with it. They probably will. So I've submitted a couple other things to them to see about getting them fixed, but as yet, no word. Pumpkin Buddy, you are just right underneath where my foot needs to be. Sharp edge on those knuckles is alright, I guess. So there is a parting line there. There is a mold line, but I can't really make it out. So I'm just going to leave it. Like, you can tell it's there over the thumb, but right here where it hits those knuckles, it's practically impossible to see. I mean, I know it's there, but once the paint goes on, it will never show up. Gives a little bit more of an edge to that gauntlet as well. So. One of these days I should edit some of these little snippets and put them out as shorts. That'd be pretty terrific. But I don't have time. Besides that, there's now 61 videos on YouTube. So I have 61 live streams plus two produced videos, which are okay. I'm actually kind of proud that my first one, which was the Ralpartha walkthrough, which, well, it was the game room visit that showed off all the painted armies at the Ralpartha game room. That one actually has nearly 400, right around 400 hits, I think, 400 views. So that's kind of nice. My Adepticon prep video has like 99 or 100 almost. Which, I mean, that one was so topical. You know, it was before Adepticon for this past year, which was fine, but I mean, kind of, I hate to say pointless, but it's not really evergreen. Well, it sort of is evergreen because it's things people need to hear before going to a convention, but it's not the things you think you need to hear before you go into a convention. Like, I mean, you could watch it, I could tell you, or you could go watch it over on YouTube. And I've got footage that I took there that I need to edit into a video. I mean, I could just put it out raw long form and just let it play. But there are some things that I want to kind of highlight, which maybe could be. Told you I was from Kentucky. Which maybe I could make into their own videos. Even there's a couple of them that I think would make pretty decent 5 or 6 minute little videos, you know. So we'll see. I just need to find the time to do it, which is why I'm trying to get my 40 in by Thursday afternoons so I can have an extra day on the weekend where I'm not so wiped out. On the other hand, I have chores to do. They don't do themselves. And I don't have anybody else that I can hand them off to, so it do be what it do be, right? Doobie doobie doo. Bitty bitty beat buck. Alright, it is 9 o'clock. We've been at it 2 hours now. 2 hours of building models and scraping mold lines. Because I'm fastidious like that. Well, that little divot right there is going to be covered by a shoulder pad. I don't care. I'm going to fix it anyway. I'm fastidious when it comes to quality, and part of that is probably because of my job, being an electrician. Got to make sure it's right. Pumpkin buddy, what is going on? Okay. Look out! Watch out! Watch the knife! Watch it! You need to be up here. You don't need to be up here. What? Does it meet with your approval, sir? Huh? Does it meet with your approval? Oh, look out! Don't knock those off. 2 hours, now it's time. We took a bio break, now we gotta take a kitty cat break. Huh? You want to help? But I'm afraid you can't do much, buddy. You don't have disposable thumbs. Oh, you're such a good boy. Oh, you are. All right. Hop down, please. Thank you, sir. Leave more hair next time. All right, let's see. I think that one's cleared, and then this one's cleared. Nope, not this one. Clear it. Clear it. Clear. Boom. Clear. Boom. I'm sure there's a better way to clean off these the mold lines on these hoses, but you either wind up going across them like this and just winding up kind of wiping out all that detail. But I found that if I kind of hit it from one side and then kind of hit it back from the other side, I can get down in those valleys with very little damage. On the other hand, because these are such narrow, small, these are such short and very small mold lines, another option is to paint over them with your cement. Now, the hotter the cement, the better it works. So I'm going to show you here because there's a little bit left. I'm going to just take some of that cement And this is Mr. Hobby. Some people don't like Mr. Hobby. It just happened to be what I had available at the time. I'm a big fan of the Tamiya extra thin, but I was not. They didn't have it at the time, so I just went with the Mr. Hobby. So yeah, it cleans that mold line up pretty good in places that it's difficult to get to. So give it a shot, folks. Give it a shot. If you're not using that trick, another weapon in your quiver, an arrow in your quiver, a weapon in your arsenal, a book in your bag, or whatever simile you might prefer. So I'm not going to scrape this right now. Like, I'm not going to try to clean it with my knife. I'm just going to use the cement to do it, and we're going to see if that works, how that works. I know I talked about it a moment ago, but let's just go ahead and see if it works in the raw. Instead of prepping it, like going over it and like prepping it, and then using my cement to clean it up, let's see if we can actually dissolve that mold line all the way just by use of hobby glue, hobby cement, plastic cement. Now what I'm doing is I am rubbing it along the direction, or I should say across the direction of the mold line. I'm going in the direction of the detail. Seems to work pretty good. Still a little noticeable right here. But there it is. I think that worked out okay. Would I do it every time? Maybe. I don't know. I would probably go through a lot of plastic cement if I do it every time I have mold lines across hose details like that. All right. Cool. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, Patty, how you doing? Good to see you. Patty's Parlor has joined us up over on Twitch. So, good to see you. How was your day at work? My day was pretty good. Service calls and free lunch at the supply house. It was Customer Appreciation Day. So, I had to pull off of a project. I'm rewiring half of somebody's house, and Romex, you know how it goes. But I'm pulling out old knob and tube, or abandoning old knob and tube, and putting that in, putting in the Romex. Pretty well on schedule until I had to pull off for today and do other things. I'm trying to get my 40 in by Thursday, but I had a little bit of a shorter day today because I also had to take into consideration that I've got a service call tomorrow to go on. So it's hard to charge service calls a overtime price, you know, so especially when you're doing residential service calls. Let's see, hot working back at one of the car washes. Okay. Knob and tube, yeah, you have a cache of tubes you use to sharpen your knives. I never thought about that. They are ceramic. That would work. I should probably grab a handful next time I go over to that fella's house. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. That would come in handy right here on the in the pocket dimension. Clean up some of the edges on the old X-Actos, make them last a little longer. Longer with Big Red. Probably good terrain making supplies. Yeah, maybe. Although I've got just about all the tubes and little whatnots and things that I think I probably want. I'll tell you one thing is really good is if you take the wire out of an old fluorescent fixture, that's great for making little pipes and everything on your terrain. So I'm working on some 40k Terminators here. These are going to be part of my Iron Warriors project. Now I was trying to get these guys, there's only 5 bodies, but there's 9 heads that come, 9 armored heads plus 1 bear head. So, not bear head, not bear head. Okay, see, B-A-R-E, not B-A-R. I mean B-A-A-R-E. You know what I mean. I grew up in Kentucky. Don't make me spell it out for you. So, bear, B-A-R, is what Davy Crockett used to fight. Bear, B-A-R-E, is what your bottom was like when you got a good whomping from your pops. And bear, B-A-R-E, is what you do when you show off your teeth. And B-E-A-R is what you do when you work in the coal mines. You bear your coal. There's lots of different ways to use the word bear, B-A-R. That's not how you spell bear. Well, look. If Davy Crockett spelled bear, B-A-R, then I'll spell it B-A-R. Pick you a switch, son, right after, yeah, little Patty got in trouble. Yep. Pick you a switch, son. And if you didn't get back in the house, you got it twice as bad. If you stayed outside for too long, it was switches stung. I'd much rather get whomped with the belt than the switch. Oh, look out. Lost fingers. Look out. Oh, inversion layer. Where are those knuckles? Here we go. Knuckles. All right. Let's see. Patty, you never got in trouble though. You were the perfect child, weren't you? Never got in trouble. You never heard pick you a switch, son. Not more than once, right? Let's see. We got left and right open hands. You never did the same thing twice, did you? What did I tell you about that? I don't know. You just did that yesterday. What happened to you yesterday when you did that? I got a SWAT. Guess what you're gonna get today? Oh, I'll tell you what. People probably would think, oh man, look at that. Okay, so that actually has to go. So that actually has to go with a fist rather than open hand. Okay. Found out I was one of them Tylenol kids. Oh man. Jeez. Oh, what a gaffe, man. What a gaffe. That doesn't you know, I've always believed that things that are true should ring true. And that just doesn't ring true to me. Especially when other studies show that it's actually because, so biology time, right? So when a woman is over 40 and she tries to have kids, there can be lots of complications, right? Mental, I don't know, are we allowed to say this word? Mental retardation? Down syndrome and other problems can happen when a woman tries to have kids after 40. So there's actually really good studies that show that because men are waiting longer to have kids, that there's damage, there's DNA damage in the sperm, and so you have a lot more. That is a huge contributing factor. Good grief. To autism, which makes a lot more sense than the Tylenol. It's because Tylenol. I mean, Tylenol is not great for your liver, but I don't know that it has the ability to have. I mean, I know there were some studies done on, and I know that's what those guys what they're drawing from, and but I think it's a little more complicated than that. Just taking Tylenol shouldn't shouldn't have that effect. Hey DD, how's it going, man? DD Mini's in the house. Hope you're feeling better, amigo. So I will see you. As far as I can tell, I should see you next week. As far as do I come over on Thursday or Friday morning, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Some of it just depends on my workload for next week. Let's see, this is a mixture of Tylenol, among other things that they did say they will conduct further studies for more concrete info. For now, they said be careful. Well, yeah, I mean, even Tylenol says to be careful when using their products during pregnancy. I mean, any drug that you take can have an effect, you know. So, I mean, but pointing to one thing or another as the sole cause is probably, you know. And granted, Tylenol is pretty one of the weaker sorts of drugs out there. I mean, it's not thalidomide, but let's see. Do I have enough guys with chain fists already? I think I've got 1, 2, 3 guys with chain fists. Let's do up a chain fist dude here. So yeah, I mean, there's always going to be controversy when that sort of thing comes out, I think, and you know, I find it odd people are letting their political sensibilities kind of getting in the way of actually listening to what is being said. They're more concerned about who's saying it. So, if someone tells your house is on fire, are you gonna argue with them about the color of socks that they're wearing? I mean, but I definitely think, obviously, I mean, but to come out, I think a lot of it was was the way they presented it. You know, this is our big announcement. We've solved it. Well, I don't know if they said they solved it, but you know, it's one of those things. Obviously, it's something that's going to need more study, more funding for good studies. Some people blamed vaccines, you know, but where that came from was a study that was kind of debunked from somebody that. I mean, there's a lot of things behind that, and it could be one of those things we never know. I mean, I think the damaged DNA from older men that have waited till later in life to start their families, I think that's probably the most viable reason. Just the same, you know, because if a woman waits for a long time to have kids, it could have a lot of problems. So if a man waits for a long time to have kids, to me that just seems reasonable. It seems logical. And getting worked up about a lot of that stuff too, I think doesn't help. People getting upset with who's telling you instead of what's being said. Obviously, it needs more research. So let's get people more money so they can spend it on more research. I mean, I just think it's silly people get so worked up on a political level about it. You know, that I think that's just that's the silly part. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I did. I saw your question on Instagram, DD. Yeah. People were kind of acting the fool about it, DD. Um, yeah. Yeah. I mean, people were kind of. You could do a lot of damage to yourself taking Tylenol like that. So, taking a big old handful is probably not the best thing. Which, of course, there's a lot of speculation about people doing things with it there as well. Am I going to bring my army to do the thing? Yes. Yes, I am. It doesn't really matter which army I bring, but I'm going to bring this one because why not? Pumpkin Buddy. DD's on the... DD is on the DD Minis. Not other DD. This is DD Minis out here on the Twitch. And of course, if you're watching on Twitch, remember, I do have the fundraiser for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Pumpkin says, I'll get treats if you donate. So, we're only at $25 right now. So, the goal is $250, but... Oh, ads, yeah. Sorry. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not really talking about what I'm doing there publicly, DD, but, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's not super secret, but I don't want to get people worked up about things, you know. Listening to Snarlcast about promotion and everything and talking about your projects before they're in a position to really have much going on there. So, and that's just right now it's on the back of an, like my biggest working advancements in that project are on the back of an envelope. Now I've got things written down in notebooks, but I mean, sometimes you just got to write things down when they hit you. All right, Pumpkin Buddy, I don't know if we're going to do this. Okay, every time I lean up to work, so first you act like you're going to be a good cat and lay on my lap, and then you got to get your face up in the joint. Yes, I am, DD. Hey, get that out of your mouth. That's why you don't make sure you didn't eat anything. Although I do hear you snorkeling around on the floor, so I don't know. All right. Get off. I'm going to evict you. Yeah, he did get a part. I got it back from him though. Yeah, it won't be 100% painted, but it's going to be just something to play around with, just to get some ideas. So, just figured since you know what I'm doing a little bit, DD, I thought I'd get you in on the play testing going on there before I really get around to. I mean, there's a lot of aspects that I need to work on still, but I think you like what I'm coming up with. I hope. And if you don't, that's fine. but I do appreciate good input before I get really too far down and start typing things up. Okay, that's the wrong fist for that. That needs to go there. Of course, I don't have any army lists really made up. So it's just kind of like a thing, you know. Yeah, I think so, DD. Come down on Thursday. Yeah, I think it would be good. So they do give you enough fists to get everything together here. Now, do I have one more chain fist? So there are 2 chain fists there. Do I have another chain fist in the sprue that I'm missing somewhere? I do not see one thus far. No. No. And a negatory. So there's only 2 chain fists in all 3 kits? That doesn't make sense. Maybe it's over here still. Maybe I put it together already. I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Hard to say, and I don't know. Well, I'm not really too worried about it. I've got a bunch of dudes with chain fists and combination melta bolter weapons, so we'll see. Yeah, I think it would make it easier on me. DD coming down on Thursday. We'll see. Be driving into the sun though. That's the only thing. It is about a 4-hour drive. Cool. All right. So that one is the last power fist here. Hey, Heretic Scott. How you doing, man? Been watching your progress on the on your workshop there. Pretty good looking work. Pretty good looking work, man. All right, so there is one. There's another one. So right fists, left fists, imperial fists, fistula legion, pointy power fist finger, a not pointy power fist finger, crimson fists. I've been a real crash course in DIY for sure, no doubt. No doubt. All right. I'm going to hold off on the heavy flamers and the auto cannons. I might not do anything with at the moment. We'll see where things go with the average weapons here. So there's a power sword, power axe, another power sword. I should have 3 power swords because I had three sets. Ah, there's the third. There's the third chain fist. Another power fist. Chain axe right there. Of course, my guys aren't necessarily cornate. Power maul. The power of maul compels you. Power maul. Another chain fist. That is old. That's not with this kit. Interesting. Power axe. Another power maul. Which back in my favorite 40k days was a power weapon was a power weapon, and what it was shaped like didn't really. That's an old power fist from a Chaos Terminator. Interesting. Put that over here, out of the way. Seem to have inherited my old man's hands-on prowess. It's all very visual, which works for me. Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. Had an old CB tell me one time. He said, "If it looks good, it is good." So I've kind of taken that to heart and put that in my thoughts as far as my work. Another power axe here, so that's 3 power axes. Another power fist. I could probably just do some of these guys up as assault style Terminators. I have to buy some more bodies probably. So I'm not really sure. Not really sure now. There's some gun halves. There's a plasma pistol combo weapon. There's another power fist. Oh, I'm starting to get analysis paralysis. So, Heretic Scott, I think you play Chaos Dudes. I don't know if you got the current codex, but can I do up a dude? So let's say I want to do up a dude with a left and a right bolt gun. So obviously Chaos bolt guns are twin link bolters. They're not actual storm bolters. So what if I wanted to do up a dude to look like this, right? Now, I'm not necessarily looking to play a lot of 40k with these guys. However, I would like to have them in such a way that I don't make my opponent's head explode. Although that would be pretty funny. You can't have that. That's an illegal build. I mean, can I do a gunslinger like that? Shoot. Oh, let me see if I can find that. Is it a Terminator? Yes, it is a Terminator. Where is that other arm? Now when I need the cat to come in and find the other bits on the floor, he's not here. Illegal this pew pew pew. Yeah. Cat hair. Cat hair. Where'd the cat hair come from? So no, what I want to do is I want to do up one of these guys like this. Maybe a couple of guys like that, because you've got left and right arms. And these guys are siege specialists. So I would think that it'd be kind of cool to have guys that could like siege. You know. Here you go, pew pew. And that'd be like 4 shots right there. Actually, it'd be 8 shots at close range for rapid fire. So this would be really cool. But I don't know if it's like allowable in actual 40k play. Like I said, I'm not really interested in 40k, but it is what people still play around here, and I'm not opposed to playing it. It's just not my, you know, I'd rather have. I had a nicer time having a root canal. You can't have two ranged weapons. However, if one bolter was empty and was used for bludgeoning, you could have one ranged weapon and one melee. Yeah, so I just count it as a melee weapon. Yeah, okay. I got you. Still might do it, just maybe not in this batch. But thanks, Heretic Scott. I thought that would be I thought it would be really cool, but you know, 40k nowadays, workshops games are not about what's cool, it's about what they want you to play. How they want you to play. So I'll go with it this time. This time I will go with it. But next time I should not be so magnanimous. I like that word, magnanimous. But it would be cool for my now in my game is like just build what you want. I don't know if I want to spend a lot of time working up points costs and the like. It's just make it cool. Don't be a jerk. You know what you guys you got, and I don't know. I don't have a whole lot in the math side of things for that. Mostly right now I'm at dice mechanics. And how do I model certain things? So, which I should do a vlog about that, but I only have so many hours in the day, and I'm a working man, so my hours are at a premium. I know what you're thinking. Did I fire 7 shots or 8s? Loopholes are fun. Yeah, loopholes are lots of fun. But like, if I couldn't play it in a friendly game down at the shop, because the guys down at the shop are they're very 40k, very Games Workshop. They're the faithful. They're the few and the faithful, you know. So I'm gonna go with what's legal ish. The things that I know from all my other years of playing 40k. So we're going to leave that to dry and set up. And let's see. Let's go ahead and go with a chain sword, because why not? Not chain sword, sorry, chain fist. I've got a bunch of guys with chain fists already, though. 3 guys. Yeah, 3 guys with chain fists. So I don't know. It's only because of range profiles. You can have 1 range profile per model, but that's where Bring Creative comes in. A combi bolter, for example, can be depicted in many ways. Yeah. But I'm also big on the WYSIWYG. Yeah, it went underneath. I knocked something off with my elbow, and it's gone to the great beyond. We'll find out where it is eventually. Well, that's what this build is all about, though. It's all about the chaos. So, having one less option open for my modeling, it's a little more chaos. So, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to do something that would make somebody's head explode if I happen to actually take it out in a less experimental environment. I may get another box of these guys, and or depending on what parts I have left over. There you go. I may get some extra bits. So I do have a fundraising effort going on the channel right now. In case you haven't heard, it is for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. To give people a chance to talk to somebody, and maybe remind them that today is not your final day. Today is not your best day. You haven't even seen your best day yet. Stick around. Whatever you're going through is just temporary. And yeah. So if you'd like to donate to the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, there is the button there at just below the screen. Right now we've got $25 of 250 raised. That first 25 was thrown in by Black Skull. Many of you know Black Skull, so nothing wrong with following his fine example. $5, $6, whatever you want. No pressure, no requirement. All right. So we stuck that dude in there. He's got the bolter and the chain fist, which is kind of cool. I've got the combi weapons with guys with chain fists, so combi meltas. Good deal. Let's see. Yep. Drill those barrels. I'll drill the barrels when I want to drill my barrels. I'll drill them afterwards. Or maybe I'll just put a little dot of black paint on them. You can't tell me what to do, DD Minis. I do it my way. All right. Let's see. What's next here? How about a pair of lightning claws? What do you say? Let's just build a pair of lightning claws on this guy. Well, maybe not, because those don't... Because that's hitting his leg. That's hitting his leg. I don't want to do that. If it's going to hit his leg, I don't want to do that. That's going to be a pain to paint up. So, a pain to paint up. So let's go ahead with one of these other bolters. Make him a bolter boy. Dual lightning claws you can definitely do. Yeah, drill him, I say. I'll get to it, DD. I'll get to it. I might not even get these guys painted before then. If I get them spray painted with chainmail, I'll be doing good. I've got my Nova Wolves I've been working on too, so they need to be primed. It's been too hot in the afternoon lately, though. It's like 89, 92. So, kind of held off a bit. But yeah, so this guy here already has lightning claws, but he's the leader. He's the big boss there. So, even though he's now shorter than his buddies. Workshop never change. Good grief. Good grief, Workshop. But I've got some of the old metal Terminators, and compared to these ones, they're teeny tiny. They're like Hobbit size now. Ooh, nice, DD says. Yeah, he's all right. He was in a box of 5 or a bag of 5 of them that I got at the Adepticon. Um, there's what's called the Toledo Game Room, and they have a lot of used um, figures. So I literally got a bag of Terminators for $5. Let's see. There's that key to line those up with. Kind of don't like that. I wish they just sat on the nub instead of knocking things off on the floor. I'll tell you what, I'm worse than the cat. Good grief. The shorter they are, the shorter their temper. Yeah, I'll give them a red stripe to make for them to be like maybe cornate or something, you know. So I'm gonna go ahead and I think I'll give him just a regular power fist with a bolter. Ragler here, as we say down here in the Ohio River Valley. Ragler. Every time I touch him, I find a new mold line that needs to go away. And then I'm going to fix that mold line with secret weapon here. These mold lines on hoses always drive me bonkers because you either wind up scraping it off or not getting it clear because you're going too gingerly. But if you just work your little brush that comes in your cement, your plastic cement across there, if the mold line is not too deep, you can actually use your plastic cement to dissolve it down with no loss of detail. It works good on hoses. Other places with finer detail, I wouldn't bother with it. But see, they're supposed to be able to line up that notch. So that notch is supposed to be able to line up on that key. I don't particularly care for the way that sits. Really weird, man. Like the old ones, you just kind of drag it down. So the old shoulders, they just kind of locked in over top of the pin. You just kind of slid them down on, and it would catch. These are not catching very well. They just don't. Like they're supposed to lock in on this little point here. but it doesn't seem like it really does a great job of it. So I don't know. Makes me mad. Well, anyhow, he's got arms. He's got arms now, so we'll assume they're correct. So let's see. Do a set of the lightning claws, maybe. See if it sits right. See how it sits. That looks cool. And what about this one? Will it sit right? It'll work all right, I guess. I don't know that I really like that quite so much. I did stick some of these together without putting without cleaning the mold lines. Figured I could get them after I got them stuck together. Get them ready for actually installing on the armor. So let's see. Again, we'll just melt that mold line away. I don't want to get too much on there because if I got it on like this rivet here, that rivet would melt in, and I don't want to melt that rivet in. I want to keep it, even though you can't really see it because it's on the bottom. I'll know. On the other hand, these aren't really going for display quality figures. I'm not planning on that. I mean, obviously, in my own house, yes, I display my figures in a display cabinet. They're good enough to impress most people, but those of you who join me on a regular basis know that there's a lot more to mini painting than just being impressive to your friends. Not that I'm looking for the approval of strangers by any means. But when I talk about displaying, sometimes people think more towards the competitive level of miniature painting, and so sometimes people get real righteous about all your faults and foibles as far as what you're doing for your own fun. They forget that this is fun. This is a hobby. This is your hobby, and the way you engage with it is going to be the way that you engage with it. Engage, little nub and joint there. So, not every paint job has to be competition quality. So even if you do miss a mold line, it's okay. It is okay to miss a mold line here and there. A lot of my cheaper PVC figures I don't even hardly bother with because it's just too hard to get the mold line off of them. Fact of life, PVC does not like to be scraped. It leaves little curlicues behind. which are almost even worse than the mold line, really. Come on, get on there now. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, goodness. Yeah, having these little nubs, little directional bits, I don't think I much care for. But I will say, as far as proportions go, I think these newer Terminator models are definitely better than the old ones. Their shoulders aren't up by their ears anymore. Their shoulders are actually down where their shoulders should be. Still slightly hunched over because, you know, it's 40k. Everything hunches over in 40k. So, but they're definitely better proportioned, I think. Put those guys up here. Kind of keep a running. I'm going to try to keep a running tally of who's got what. That way I don't wind up with too many guys with close combat weapons and too many guys with combi weapons and the wrong kind of combi weapons. And let's see, there's the autocannon guy, the old one, guy with bolter and power axe, flamethrower and power fist, combi weapon and chain fist, combi weapon, chain fist. Okay. Cool. Yeah, what are we doing here? Let's see. Alright, so I'm going to hold those off for a while. A flamethrower. Another bolt gun combination flamethrower. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's what I need to do. So I've got the old flamethrower guy right here. So I'm going to build up maybe a couple of guys around him with the flamethrower combi weapon. Oops. Watch out. Earthquake here. So, bolt gun, flamer. See if I've got any others built up already. Bolt gun, melta. Bolt gun. Bolt gun, melta. Alright, bolt gun, melta. Bolt gun flamer. So let's go ahead and stick that on there. Thusly. So I could have a couple of dudes with bolt gun flamers to work in concert with the guy with the heavy flamer. That's kind of cool. That's some imagination. That's a little strategery. That's kind of neat. Build squads around the specialty weapons. Built it around the heavy weapon, so you can slog in there with the heavy flamer. And I think do Terminators still get slow and purposeful? I mean, I don't know if they do or not. I don't even know if slow and purposeful is still a thing or not. I know that was on the Dreadnought. And since these are heavy, see, the way I would rule it, if I was designing a game, I would make this heavy armor, and heavy armor gets to, instead of like regular power armor that you have to either move or shoot with a heavy weapon, a heavy armor has stronger servos, so you get to actually move and shoot with a heavy weapon. So, in my opinion, the idea of having a set of armor that you can lift a dump truck in, not be able to move with a heavy weapon seems a little silly. A heavy weapon that would be like, if you didn't have power armor, would be crew served, right? Think about the difference between if you had a heavy weapon that was like a Modus, right? So it could, like, heavy power armor, you could just walk around with that thing all day long. So come on. Just want to see how it fits before I fight it. Okay. Good deal. I kind of don't like that pose. I'd rather have it up and firing at something, but that's how it goes together, it seems. Oh, for crying out loud. Go together. My goodness gracious, land sakes alive, I'll tell you what. Games Workshop is going to throw me into a tizzy here in a minute. I could milliput in a joint that shoulder pad will cover. Yeah. Walk with Purpose was taken out because GW. This one shall be named Belvedere. Yeah, I've got green stuff over here. I could use it, but I like to use the thing, and I still have to put the shoulder pads on, so but I want it to fit correctly. according to the way it's supposed to go together. Not that I necessarily particularly care, but I'd like to at least do at least the first few correctly according to Hoyle. So let that get sticky. We'll put a regular power fist on there because you don't really want to go after vehicles with flamers, or at least you didn't used to. So hopefully soften them up with the flamers, and then womp on them with a power fist. If it's off a little bit, it's not noticeable. That's all right. All right. So he's got the flamer combi weapon. We'll send another dude over with a flamer combi weapon. Though, do I have one with a right hand one or no? Are they just left-handed weapons? Left-handed weapons for the left-handed path. Here's a right-handed one. I think. Yes. 10th is generally very bland from what I've been hearing. Flavor rules been removed in a few places. Yeah, I tried playing it a couple of weeks ago. It's clunky. It's clunky, just like I thought it would be. A lot of the shooting is the same, but it's like they're going in a roundabout way to get to the places where we used to be already, and I don't like it. It doesn't feel good, and that's the thing is how does a rule set feel? How does it feel to play it? Do you feel like you're actually doing something? Now, flavor rules, I mean, are they army wide? Is it adding a oh I actually oh wait, no, that's a left-handed one. You know, there's a lot of different ways to handle flavor in games like that. Fourth edition, it was the guy you had your chapter traits that you could take. So that was actually a pretty neat way of doing things. So you could kind of really customize your chapter. And then sometimes you could take a dude, like Pedro Cantor was a dude you could take. Cato Sicarius was another dude you could take. And the character that you would take would be, I think this is 5th edition. The character that you would take would actually give you the flavor of your army. The things that they could do. So yeah, I get that. They're trying to appeal to the Part of me says that they're trying to appeal to the tournament crowd because honestly, for a tournament game, I think you have to get rid of a little bit of flavor in order to even the playing field. I mean, chess is a tournament game. You know, you don't really have any backstory or flavor in chess other than white goes first, which does give a minor advantage, but it's such a minor advantage that it can be turned around quickly. You know, it usually resolves by about the third turn or third move out, whatever. So cool. Now he's looking out. Now he's looking down the barrel. Very cool. I'll deal with the mold lines later, I think. It's cool to find the metal Abaddon. Seems like a cool sculpt. Yeah. You do have to make sure and pin him, though. Pin him really good. Because he definitely gets disarmed easily. I think what it is a lot of people don't know that you had to pin it back in the day. And so he just breaks off. People don't use the right something like that that's so heavy you want to pin it, and you could use epoxy. That's an option if super glue isn't an option for you. The only reason I really didn't like epoxy back in the day is because it would be it was a little thick, so you couldn't get things settled down close to where they needed to be. Yeah, the right arm. I'm sure you can find them for a decent price on eBay, even though the last few years eBay prices have been ridiculous for out of print stuff. It's like, dude, it's not really worth that much. Oh, it's out of print and it's metal and it's like, yeah, but it's like everybody thinks what they have is interesting and rare, and it really isn't. Oh, it's old, so therefore it must be worth something. Sorry, not really. It's worth what I'll pay for it. And you've had the same listing for the last 6 months, so people aren't really knocking down your door to get it. So kind of want to have a second edition army. Yeah. My Space Wolves, I think I'm trying to get more second edition-y bits and bobs for them. Like my Space Wolves, not my Nova Wolves. My Nova Wolves are all going to be Primaris modern stuff. Cool. So now I have 3 dudes. So I have 2 dudes with combi flamers and 1 dude with the heavy flamer. Cool. Let's see. I got 3 dudes with bolters and 2 dudes with power claws. Maybe I'll do up another guy with power claws here. Maybe this is his twin brother because he's got a bald head. Maybe they both have alopecia. But then that doesn't fit right there, does it? Games Workshop, what are you doing? Alright, fine, Games Workshop. We'll fix it. Leader always gets close combat stuff, in my opinion. But that's a holdover from 4th and 5th edition. 3rd, 4th, and 5th edition where your squad was really just a way to deliver the sergeant, because the sergeant always had the best stuff. Watch a lot of miniscapes on YouTube, and he does second edition models and battle reports. Yeah, the coolest bat reps I've seen are ones by a channel called Olden Demon, and they've got it. They've kind of got everything set up in sort of that second edition 1990, 1990 to 1994 style White Dwarf kind of way of graphics. I think that's pretty neat personally. A lot of the bat reps in White Dwarf now are just big pictures of big 2-page spreads and a lot of text that tells you about the army, the battle, but it doesn't show you. And I like the old. The older style graphics. Maybe he's setting up for some karate or something here. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Let's see. He says, I've watched Olden Demon. What I'd really like to get are all the old GW catalogs from the late 80s, early 90s. Reminds me of being at my grandma's looking at the big Sears catalog around Christmas, looking at the toys. Yeah. Yeah, the old Sears wish book. Sears had one, Montgomery Ward. Yeah, everybody had those. All right. So 333. Those guys there like that. Cool. Oh wait, he's gonna be a leader, so I'm gonna set him over here like this. So maybe this guy here. Maybe do another set of power claws here, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, this guy gets... Why is it they always fit right when I dry fit them, and then when I go and stick the glue on, they never fit right? They always slide around. Well, I mean, that makes sense that they would, but... Yeah, they get a couple of dollars for those old catalogs, though, I'll tell you what. Oh, look at all the mold lines I missed. Oh, no. I'll deal with it later. I do like getting these arms on these guys, though, for sure. Trying to get them keyed into where that key is at. There we go. I'm gonna slice that key off a little bit just to give some room. You ever have that time where you get a little earworm and you snippet of a song kind of jumps up in your brain and you want to sing it, but it's completely the wrong time to do it? Kind of like, problem is, like, I've got, They Might Be Giants, Little Birdhouse in Your Soul, or Build a Birdhouse in Your Soul, is in my mind, like my brain right now. And I'm afraid that if I were to belt it out for just a second, that would be just enough to get me a copyright strike on the YouTube over here. YouTube, you so crazy. Particle Man? Yeah. Yeah. You're not helping, Dee Dee. Alright, I think that's going to be cool. Alright. So, the big boss has got two dudes with him. The other sergeant there with laser claws. I've got 1, 2, 3, 6. I've got 8 dudes left. 8 dudes left. So, let's see. Bolters. Oh, I know what I can do. Haha. Let's see. Plasma combi bolter thingy. What's it? Let's see. Plasma blaster. Bolter. Regular bolter. Plasma. Let's see. All right. I may have to hit up eBay and see about getting some more bods. Alright. I always hate having extra parts left over, you know. Triangle Man hates Particle Man. They have a fight, Triangle wins, Triangle Man. Yes, this is true. Plasma combi weapon. To me, the combi weapons just seem a little bit more chaosy than the regular Space Marines. Seems like they would be the guys that would just strap weapons together more out of a need than out of a desire. Person man, hit in the head with a frying pan. I'll tell you, one of the best concerts I ever went to was They Might Be Giants opened for Elvis Costello. That was a good concert. Terrific concert. Absolutely. Bolter arms. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go on eBay and and locate some more bods and such. All right. I don't like that position. So the little 12 o'clock knob there, nub, little 12 o'clock nub on the arm there puts that arm position down low. I don't like that. What about this over here? Oh, I like that much better. Although he's looking off to the left, kind of. I don't know. I don't like that. Maybe I'll give him a power maul. I don't have anybody with a power maul yet. Just a power Walmart. That would be cool. And then put the left hand plasma gun. Do I have a left-handed plasma gun? Not right now, but I think I can get one. Yes, here we go. Left-handed plasma gun. So we could do that, and I don't know, maybe just I don't know. Lots of things to consider, huh? Lots of things to consider. Do I? So I've got a Melta. I've got a combi Melta here. He's kind of hanging it off back this way, and I got 3 dudes over here with combi Meltas already. Hang that there. I got a left-hand combi Melta. He's kind of hanging down here off his side here like this. Maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll finish up my Melta guys, my Melta squad. And I'll give him a chain fist as well. That'll be my anti-vehicle team. Come on, doo-doo head. What in the world? All right. And we'll put a chain fist over here. Chain fist and meltas. I don't know if Chaos get to terminate. I don't know if Chaos get to teleport their guys down or not. In the current rules. Don't really know that I care. But it's good to know. Because what I've done in the past. So with my regular Space Marines, firstborn regular Space Marines, one of my favorite tricks was to deep strike my assault troops with junk packs. I would deep strike them behind tanks, and I would unload my plasma pistols into the rear armor of the other guys' rhinos and predators, and you know, anything on a rhino chassis only has like a 10 rear armor value. So if I get on the back line, land behind lines there, I could just wreak havoc with those dudes. That was kind of fun. Worked like a charm. Alright, so he goes up there with the Melta guys. And he's going to go... Let's see. He's going to go with the Melta guys as well. Something else I don't know that I really care about with this kit is you got these little holes in the arms, so you don't get quite as good a connection as the old kits. I know we should just accept all the new stuff and not criticize it or compare it to the old stuff, right? But look at that. Look at that solid join. There's a lot of material there to melt and to land on that nub on the shoulder, as opposed to this. Look at that. That's just ridiculous. It's close enough in size, it'd probably still work. Who knows? Again, who knows? And let's get a... Oh, looks like Chain Fist is only on the right hand. Let's go ahead and get... Power Fist here. When he went to stores that day, they didn't have his usual Power Fist, so he had to make do with what he drew. Whatever the armorer had that day is what he had to make do with. I think they'd have something similar. Yeah. there is a that makes 5 Melta dudes. Melta and multi Melta, or not multi Melta. The you know, so 5 dudes for going after. And then I got 3 dudes with combi flamers, heavy flamer. Let's see, do I have anybody with the plasma pistol combination yet? So here's 2 plasma pistols. So here is, this guy's going to have a plasma pistol right here. And because I think the power axe, power axes are left-handed. Drat. Okay, well that's fine. I know what to do. So power maul is going to be left-handed. Actually, I could do some adjustment there. But I think what I'll do is I'll go with I'll put the plasma pistol on here. Plasma combi. Oh. For crying out loud. Get on there. And put the power axe on his left hand. Just like that. So that's pretty good for cracking armor. So a plasma combi plasma and a power axe. That should be pretty good for cracking armor. So I'll just stick him up there, and we'll do up another of his buddies. Look, I have, alright, well that's pretty cool. Yeah. Cool. Armor breakers. These guys are going to be armor breakers. You gotta think about this stuff kind of thematically. If the Iron Warriors are siege specialists, then I think they would have specialists doing special things. That's what they call the E4 Mafia. Specialists doing special things. So guys with plasma pistols or combi plasma, fairly strong against light armored vehicles, but also very strong against other power armor. Just to do a couple of those up. Put the power axe on there because power axe is supposedly pretty strong against power armor. I think the only thing that's stronger is the power maul. But I don't remember. In my rules, I just want to play them as power weapons. I'm not gonna worry too much about certain the aesthetics. The aesthetics of the thing doesn't concern me quite as much as the function of the thing, which is a very, very third through fifth edition sort of an attitude towards power weapons, because they were just listed as power weapons, except for the Thunderhammer. And the Thunderhammer and Chain Fist. Chain Fists were really good for against vehicles. All right, so there's two dudes with plasma one-shotters. Chain axes, chain axes, chain axes. I got 4 dudes left. Think what I'll do. Oh, power swords are usually a sergeant sort of a thing, usually. So. Alright. Let's see. So what do we got here? We got combination flamer, combination plasma, twin linked, left hand, twin link, right hand, twin link, left hand. Another left hand weapon here. Melta, flamer, melta, flamer, bolter, melta. There are 2 flamers, 3 meltas, 4 meltas, bolter, 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 bolter. All right, let's see. Bolter, flamer. Maybe another full-on bolter. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go with that. Okay. So these 4 dudes. Oops. I think we're going to just go ahead with regular bolters. Make these guys about as vanilla and bog standard as anything. Bog standard bolter boys. Get on there, you. Oh, look, I do have one more chain fist. Alright, I guess somebody's going to get a... I don't know. I don't know. Well, there's a chain fist, so that's good. I do have one more chain fist. But I don't think I have any more. I've got flamer, bolter flamer. I got bolter, and I've got bolter plasma. Oh well. Oh well. The other thing I'd like to do is I'd like to give a guy a pair of boxing gloves, right? Boom, boom, right? So like a pair of power fists. That'd be pretty cool. So. Cool, I think that's good. A bolter guy. A dude with just bolters and power fists. Got bolter and chain fist. Those dudes there. Just regular bolter guys. All right, we're gonna do a little conversion on the fly here. All right, a little conversion on the fly. So what I'm going to do, the plan is to replace that power maul with this power axe. That way I can have a power maul, power axe, and because the power maul is a right-handed and the power axe is left-handed, so I thought I would go ahead and make this thing a little bit different. See if that fits in there. Not quite. Where's my knife? There it is. So we'll waller that out just a little bit, just enough, and we'll stick that haft in there. Might just sand it down just a little bit. See if that works. He's a lumberjack and he's okay, right? Looks pretty straight. Looks pretty straight. Maybe give it a little twist. There we go. Looks pretty good. Pretty good for doing it on the fly and doing it quick. Now if I had really wanted to get fancy, I would have drilled down the haft a little bit, and I would have put a little bit of a length of plastic rod in there so that it would have given him a little bit more length, because it's now a little shorter by a couple of millimeters, but I think he'll be all right. Now, where's that plasma pistol at? That's the real. There's the $64 question. I thought about using sprue goo to fill these little divots inside the arms, but it can take so long to dry because it's plastic cement and plastic dissolved, so it can take a little time for it to dry through and through. But greater surface area is always better when you're trying to put models together. And that's the one thing that these don't have in these shoulders, is you don't really have that same kind of really positive surface engagement that you did with the older ones. So it is a drawback to the kit. I mean, I can't say much more about it than that. That's what I've got to say. All right. So plasma So that's going to be your armor breaker group right there. Plasma, combi weapon plasma guys, and axes. Let's see. Lord with 2 dudes and lightning claws. 5 dudes with bolters. One of which has a chain fist, and the other has an power axe. And then let's see. You know what I could do? These last two guys could be special weapons. I have neglected special weapons. So I've got a guy with a heavy flamer, and I've got a guy with a autocannon. Hey, Midril, thanks. Have a good night. You too, man. Happy hobbying, man. Happy hobbying. Until we meet again. Happy hobbying until we meet again. Actually, I live in the town that Roy Rogers is actually from. Grew up in. I'm surprised there's not a really big Roy Rogers festival. But see, he used to come back here and visit. And this was years ago. Many, many years ago. And Roy Rogers lived not too far... sorry, not Roy Rogers. Yeah, Roy Rogers and... jeez. Brain fart, not moving, not going here. Brain is not work. Brain not work. Alright, DD. I'm almost done here anyhow. It's 11 o'clock. Oh my goodness. Holy molasses, Batman. Yeah, so it is time to wrap things up. Bob Evans. Bob Evans started not too far from here. So evidently Bob Evans and Roy Rogers knew each other over the years, and it wasn't uncommon to run into Roy Rogers at a Bob Evans restaurant in this area. And I have a feeling my granddad one time ran into because there's some reason, for whatever reason, I've got Roy Rogers lumped in with Bob Evans in my mind from way back when I was a kid. And it strikes me as though my granddad might have run into him at a restaurant, at a Bob Evans restaurant. So anyway, that's a weird thing. So we're gonna pack it in tonight, folks. Thanks for being here. So I'm going to raid out over here on Twitch. So as I always say, folks. Oh, what's going on here? As I always say, the sun's coming up tomorrow, and the world is a better place with you in it. Remember, there is the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline fundraiser button on my Twitch page. You're more than welcome to hit that. Even if I'm not streaming, it's active. So, until next time, keep on painting and keep on playing. Good night to YouTube, and good night